very dear friend. Not only a board member, but also a very good friend to a lot of people in this room. And it's going to be very, very difficult to replace a Monty Herring in anything. So what we're going to do tonight, for just a few seconds, we're going to have a moment of silence, and then Mr. Strickland will lead us in our invocation. Bow with me.
Our peer and our fellow board member. We ask that upon us, and we realize that we are simply being selfish, dear Father, because he is in a better place with you, and we thank you for that. Our loss is his gain. We thank you for the many blessings that you pour out upon us. We thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight, not only to go about the business of Columbus County Schools and the students in our county, but also the opportunity to recognize our friend. Dear Father, we ask that you place your blessings upon what we're trying to do tonight so that we make the decisions that are in your interest, dear Father, and the best interest of our students. In Jesus Christ's name, amen.
I'd like to call the Columbus County Board of Education meeting for October the 5th, 2021 to order. All of you have had the opportunity to see the adoption of the final agenda. Do I have a motion that we accept the final agenda?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Long, second by Mr. Coleman. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor of the said motion, let it know by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? You also have seen the minutes from the September 13th meeting. Do I have a motion that we accept the minutes for the September 13th meeting? Motion by Mr. Coleman.
Second.
Second by Mr. Strickland. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor of the said motion, let it know by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Recognition of guests.
We have lots of people here joining us tonight. We have principals and our staff and parents from our schools that are going to do their school improvement plan presentations. We have Rick White is here. He's going to do a presentation for us. We have some students and staff from students and parents from CCCA. We have Diana Matthews from the News Reporter. I don't know who else I'm missing.
Chris Ward.
Chris Ward, he's here. But thank you everyone for coming out. We appreciate you being here at our meeting tonight and joining us. We look forward to you hearing from our school principals about their school improvement plans.
Okay, public.
For the public comments, we have Rick White first, Vision 2 Solutions. Rick White, Vision 2 Solutions is the first public comment.
So that's Vision 21, and he's on public comments because he's going to do a special presentation.
Sorry.
This evening. So
I thought that was a slash
you can
instead
come on
of
up.
a one.
Yeah, please do. Please do.
Let's see, I don't know if I need to sit or just stand.
You can
Should
do
be-
whichever you
should be
feel most
pretty-
comfortable.
Number one, I'm Rick White. I'm the president of Vision 21 Solutions. I do all of your Chromebooks and a lot of your IT, the upcoming touch panels that will be gladly welcomed by all the schools that will be coming in. I came tonight off of a commitment that I saw earlier. I'm sorry. Okay, here we go. So I came tonight basically off of a commitment to Ms. Shelley Telfer that I did, I saw earlier this summer. She wrote a great article about the kids and how in the high schools that we needed to get back to community, bringing back the kids into the sports programs like the football programs that are also dear to a lot of us in the community that whenever I grew up here. And it made me just kind of think of how happy I am that you've kind of invested with me over the 5 or 6 years to be your vendor of choice for a lot of your IT goods and a lot of your computers. I've already made one commitment to the South Columbus High School where I gave to the football program, and then after consulting with Ms. Pellifer, I decided that I was going to give a $500 check as well to West Columbus as well as to East Columbus. So I wanted to present tonight those $500 checks to each of the schools so that they could invest that how they needed into the helping our kids in the community kind of get back on their feet and whatever is needed to really get them going out of this pandemic and kind of a sense of togetherness, right, that the community really needs today. So I wanted to thank you, number one, like I said, for being a valued customer to Vision 21, and hopefully we can continue that.
Thank you, Rick.
Mr. Green, I told you I was going to give this to you, but I'd rather do it first.
Except for East Columbus.
East Columbus.
You want it?
Go ahead, Mr.
Except
He's
for
not
East
here.
Columbus.
So if I could give this to you to hand to him, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. But once again, thank you so much for being a valued customer of mine. Thank you, Kelly, for all the things you do.
Rick, thank you so much.
Rick, I'd be
Yes.
happy to
Thank
take
you so much.
500.
You want 5 minutes too?
I gave you 5 minutes. I don't know why you wouldn't give me 500.
Mr. Green, should I say the checks in the mail?
Ain't that in there?
Yes, I did. Thank you so much.
Second on the agenda tonight is Dante, is it Grosvenor? Dante, you have 5 minutes.
You can sit down if you prefer.
Okay. Columbus Career and College Academy is a school that is constantly trying to improve and give its students more options. When we have a goal, both students and teachers work hard for it because we know that it will make our school more enjoyable and more appealing. Just this week, we started an event called the Pride Ride. The Pride Ride gives students more options than we had previously, and there's still plenty of room for more. It's difficult to have an activity that everyone enjoys, which is why our school knows no bounds. Next semester, we hope to give even more options than we do now, and then the next, and then the next, and then the next after that. Just a few weeks ago, Caleb Kennedy, a student at Columbus Career and College Academy, recommended a volleyball net for the Pride Ride, and the school listened. Now we have a volleyball net available for all CCA students in the Pride Ride. But as you know, volleyball doesn't pique everyone's interest. And the environment isn't as competitive as it would be in a high school volleyball game. This is why we want to make more sports available for the students at Columbus Career and College Academy. While discussing this topic with Caleb Kennedy, he said, "There are no physical, extracurricular activities at our school, only intramural sports and activities. We have access to indoor activities like foosball, air hockey, and ping pong, but those are all things that the college kindly allows us to use." The draft for the Columbus County Schools 2021-2026 strategic plan states that by 2026, 100% of CCS students and staff will utilize health and wellness strategies and action steps that will result in each school attaining a performance grade of C or higher. While CCCA is currently taking steps to improve the overall health, wellness, and performance of the school, we're still missing a vital activity that tremendously helps improve all of those things. That vital activity is sports. We'd love to see this change happen, not just for the present day enrollees of Columbus Career and College Academy, but for the future of all Columbus County students who want to attend the school. Compared to all the silent voices who want this change, we are but a small group of representatives here today. All that we ask is for you to help us throughout this endeavor. That is all.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Do you think there would be enough participation?
Yes, sir. I do.
With what sports would you think?
I think there's room for all sports to have enough participation. We love volleyball. We have students who want to play basketball, soccer. I know Caleb Kennedy has friends that want to play soccer, and his team wants him back too as well. But I do know that much. Football, I know that people will play that. I will certainly want to play that, but I am a senior and I will be leaving soon, as much as I know.
Okay. Anybody else have anything to ask Dante? Thank you, Dante.
Thank you.
Caleb Kennedy. Caleb, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak, and I really appreciate the hard work that this group has, and I have great admiration for and respect for you all. I'm also very sorry to hear that the loss of Mr. Herring, and I continue to pray for his family. As you all know, I'm trying to get on the agenda to be present, to present a solution to the objections and the roadblocks of helping a student have equal access to the same extracurricular activities that other students in this county have. I've written a document that I would like to share, and I will hand it out at the end. But key points are that allowing equal access for extracurricular sports at minimal cost to the district. It overcomes the transportation questions. It overcomes the fear of transportation to away games. This document also will answer the Dr. Meadows asked herself in the newspaper, where does it stop or where do we draw the line? It stops where the students are offered equal access. A Columbus County board motto, it says, we empower students to responsibly engage learning and maximize the potential and become prepared for success. As communities, cities, and countries grow up and change, there are existing methods of changing policies. Cities have variances and changes to existing policies to meet new demands. The United States of America has a living, breathing constitution that amends, added, and changed laws. I'm asking you to think of all the possibilities and create opportunities for the children of Columbus County. In the past few weeks, I've read many of words describing Monty Herring, a man who secured the funds for CCCA, and a man who is taking interest in the smallest detail and never missed an opportunity to ask what's best for the children. Please take a moment and think about what's best for the children. Samuel Johnson wrote that nothing will ever be attempted if all objections must be first overcome. Yes, there are concerns to overcome in changing a policy, and I ask for us to all be able to sit down and discuss the opportunities that allowing equal access for extracurricular activities bring, to work together and do what's best for the children. Thank you again and for your consideration.
Thank you, Caleb.
Any questions or comments?
But I would like to hand out.
Chairman, that includes comment, Liz.
Special presentation and recognition? None? Curriculum, instruction, accountability?
From our principals, they're going to do their presentation about their school improvement plans. I've asked each of them to keep it to around 5 minutes to give you an overview of what their goals are and their strategies, some of their strategies related to those goals. So we're going to have Mr. Green is going to go first at West Columbus. And so if you want to come forward and whoever else is coming with you and come up to the microphone.
You guys got to start using large
Thank you, board members. I'd like to introduce our team, which is most of our school improvement team. Chris Ward, which is here with us tonight, is a school improvement team parent. W.T. Edwards, a SIT team member, and our lead teacher, Ms. Heather McPherson, our SIT team member and our guidance intern. Ms. Shelley Culliford, our assistant principal. Brittany Ward, intern assistant principal, and Casey Waddell, intern assistant principal for central office staff. We have 3 basic goals that we chose this year, or the team did. And our first goal is West Columbus High School will address inclusive cultural needs utilizing a diverse group of school personnel and community stakeholders with an 80% success rate by the end of the 2021-22 school year. And basically that we refer to that goal as inclusivity. What we wanted to do was for students to understand and accept their cultural and social economic differences, with hopes to find some common grounds and similarities to create unity among the staff, the parents, and the teachers. How we plan to do that, we started out with a survey, which is in your packet, and it will look like school inclusivity needs, and we administered the survey to determine a baseline of where we're starting. We also, you'll see in there where we have another piece of paper where we'll celebrate historic cultural awareness months, and there's a list of each month of what we will be doing, and we plan to measure this goal by re-administering the survey from time to time to see how we're improving on it. We want 100% participation by all members involved, with an 80% positivity rate is what we're shooting for. So that's goal 1. Goal 2. Our West Columbus High School will establish a core behavior plan to define school behavior expectations with set routines and procedures on established matrix to reduce the cost of instruction. We refer to that as our behavior matrix, and we wanted to reduce the amount of instruction that was lost due to students being out of class from behavior. That's our main goal. And so what we're trying to do is put in place some strict strategies that we can impose in the classrooms to eliminate behavior from happening to start with, bad behavior. And you will see some examples that will look like, you'll see Vikings or Royal Blue, North Wilkes High School. You'll see an example of a behavior matrix. This is something that we have to create for West Columbus, and there's also from one high school as well. You'll see those 2 examples in there for behavior plans that's already being created. And then our third goal is West Columbus High School will receive a letter grade of B or higher to stay where we were last graded at as a B school. We will do that and refer to that as a B school goal. We want to continue our West Quest, which is our program at lunchtime of allowing for remediation and enrichment. And also, while we've got the kids here, we can still do this. And y'all have all heard a lot about West Quest, and we're still sold on the idea. We also put into place a cadre system, and I say we because everybody standing behind me here had a big plan, a place in this. It's not just me. And so our cadre system and everything that happens at West Columbus High School falls under one of these groups. And so instead of trying to figure out who's in charge of what every year, this way they can, they just assume that leadership role. And so that creates leadership among our teachers. And there's going to be one of them there that you'll look at that says Powerful Teaching and Learning. And that cadre will be in charge of what we refer to as our B school goal. And they will put in instructional rounds back into the school where teachers will go around to other classrooms and help observe and help give feedback to their peers. They will give best practices workshops, things that they're very good at, that they share with other teachers, and specific professional development opportunities that will be probably led by our lead teacher here, specific to the teacher needs. And we also plan to reinstate our high school after-school tutoring program The grant ran out this past year, but there's an opportunity now to maybe apply for it again, so we would like to do that as well. The last thing that we have for the future is in our WestQuest system. We have some classes that we feel like could be better, that we feel like we could add rigor to them. And so we're going to pilot a program with the originator of the program, and it will add a point system where classes that are more rigorous will have more points, and there will be a deadline or a certain baseline of what the teacher has to work towards, and the students as well. I'll be glad for any questions that you have.
I want to just make sure that everybody understands, when you talk about the classes that get extra points, you're not talking about the classes that the students have registered for, you're talking about the activities that they do in WestQuest, so they choose to go to activities that have higher point value because they're like counseling services that are about how you prepare for college, or versus watching video on SpongeBob or something.
Absolutely. Watching a video might have a 0-point system. Working on math problems for a higher level might have a 4 or 5. And so teachers might have to collect 30 points a week, just making that number up, but however it works out, that they'll have to hit a baseline so that they just can't always do something that's just lower level. And also the students, and in fact, Mr. Edwards has talked a lot more about this than I have. Would you like to add something to this? I know, tell me about the student part.
Yeah, so Mr. Green, I'm sorry. Yeah. So Mr. Green kind of hit on it already, but the goal behind the baseline point value system is that students will have a certain amount of points they have to fulfill throughout the week. So if they're in a high standing with a certain class, then they may not need to register for as many things that deal strictly with remediation, but we should be providing enrichment opportunities so we can also help in developing them and helping them grow. So it keeps us all in a rigorous mindset, and it kind of makes us all stay on our toes with making sure that we're offering things that are rigorous in every session that we offer.
One thing, Jeff, I hear it from WT all the time, but I want you to tell me, how did WestQuest help you become a B school? Because I know that we're probably a little bit more in depth in what we're doing here than we are at the other two high schools.
Yeah.
And I know we're getting ready to start at something in that realm at Columbus Career College. But, I think y'all are taking it to maybe another level in which I know he is sold on it.
Right.
And I'd just like to hear what's going on with the kids to make them buy into it. A B school's a pretty good school.
Yeah. Well, our biggest problem, and I'm sure you had it here as well when you were principal here, the ones that you needed to stay for tutoring is the ones that wouldn't stay. And so, and the ones that would stay was the ones that wanted to get their grades up higher. So by doing it during the day and locking kids in, if you don't have an 80 or higher, you get locked in. Like if you got a biology class, I think it's 1 time a week. 3 times a week you get locked in until you get your grades up. So we got them here and they can't leave us. And so I think that was one of the major things. And so then the other thing was it's an incentive. So if they get their grades up to an 80, then they can choose between something that's fun, or it gives them a break. Sometimes it might be a class, where it's just silent reading. It gives them a break for the day where they can go again if they got their grades up. So getting it to 80 helps a lot, and getting them while they're here, that I think that was the biggest thing. And if you believe that doing their homework, a lot of them didn't want to do their homework, so you lock them in, you do your homework. If the homework is rigorous and we believe it helps, and then they got their work caught up, they might have missed the test, they were able to make it the test. There's so many ways. And then, like if Mr. Fred has a competition coming up and he can lock his competition team in and practice, it just helps in so many ways. We can have PLCs where the teachers have a set time during the WestQuest time where they can meet on common ground. There's so many advantages to it that I can't think of all of them.
Can you see where it's really benefited as far as discipline and attendance? for students and teachers, I guess.
Yes. I mean, if you don't go where you're supposed to go, there's a little rehab system that we got, which is kind of like ISS in a way, but they go to it and they get reminded how they're supposed to make their schedule. My biggest thing that I thought when I first heard about it was that most kids, I couldn't imagine them signing up at 9 o'clock at night. But you can be at a ball game and at 9 o'clock you can see all the phones come out and they want to sign up so that they get what interests them.
Right.
Because if they wait, the class fills up and then they have to get whatever's left. So it does teach a little bit of responsibility. They want to be in a class that they enjoy, and I think it's a win-win. It's kind of like going to the gym. You don't know exactly which exercise helps you, but after a while you see a result, and it
Right.
kind of looks that way here. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, you did. You did. Anybody else?
I'm good.
Thank you, West Columbus.
Thank you, we
Thank
appreciate
you,
it.
Board.
All right, Miss Leslie Falk, she's going to come and talk about Cerro Gordo.
Thank you.
Thanks, man.
This is just a little brief snapshot of our plan. It's a little easier to follow than the IndoStar format. By the way, good evening. My name is Leslie Falk, and I'm principal at Cerro Gordo Elementary School. The mission of Cerro Gordo Elementary School is to provide a safe and nurturing learning environment which fosters academic excellence and encourages students to be moral, productive, and responsible citizens in a global society. It is our desire to help our students be successful academically as well as socially and emotionally. Our school improvement plan consists of 3 goals that we'll be focusing on for this year. These goals were selected based on the analysis of data from various sources, including the Teacher Working Conditions Survey, end-of-grade assessments, Educator's Handbook, and the need to close the achievement gap due to COVID-19. These goals are in alignment with our professional development plan and IndoStar, our school improvement platform. Our first goal is to provide social and emotional support for all staff members and students. We will have a fully functional teacher reward system in place in an attempt to increase teacher morale and create a positive school climate. We started this system last year and it was successful, so we will continue with it again this year. With this reward system, staff members are distributed tickets that they may give to other staff members for a job well done. At the last faculty meeting of the month, the tickets are collected for a drawing and 3 names are selected for prizes. This system has provided our teachers with a means of rewarding each other and is also seen as a way of encouraging their peers. Teachers this year will also be receiving a duty-free lunch 4 times a week. This is being provided through our teacher assistants, elective teachers, the media coordinator, and the guidance counselor. They are all assisting and helping to provide this duty-free lunch for our teachers. They already had a duty-free lunch, and it's kind of like a pay it forward. They're helping out their fellow colleagues by giving them 25 minutes of lunchtime so that they can have a few minutes of downtime for them. That has been one of the best things that we really have done this year for our teachers. They have been very appreciative of it. I did have one teacher to comment that she had worked with us, not just with Columbus County Schools for 10 years, and this was the first time that she had a duty-free lunch, and she really appreciated us being able to implement that this year. We will also have teacher shout-outs. These can be through intercom announcements and emails. The small things matter the most. They've been really appreciative if we had something that was due for us to give a shout out to the people that had turned theirs in, whether if it was through a simple email or if it was to compliment extra help or assistance that people have provided just by announcing it on the intercom. For our students and their social emotional learning, we have built in a social emotional learning time into the daily schedule that teachers are providing for them. We actually began this summer with summer school. That was part of the summer school schedule. And our teachers met and decided that we would carry that over into our regular school year. We felt that it was very needed and very beneficial to our students because it's been a very stressful time for them and helping them cope. We are seeing that as students come back into school, or we've come back in this year, that it's even more important than last year for us to have this time, because we need to be able to teach our children, once again, how to socialize and be social with each other, what's appropriate and what's not appropriate. In addition, that's basically for our K-5 group, but for our middle school group, we have a school improvement block that's been built into the schedule as well. During that school improvement block, students can attend intervention. It rotates throughout the week. They, in small groups of 10, they may be in intervention, or they may be with the guidance counselor having a social emotional lesson, or they may be with the media coordinator. So they rotate around to these various groups. We feel like this school improvement or student improvement block has been beneficial because it gives them a well-rounded education and an opportunity for intervention when needed. It's also used for our ready time as well. Our second goal is to increase parent and teacher communication. Communication will be increased through a shared Google document to ensure that staff members are informed of events taking place and are aware of important information in a timely manner. Department chairs are responsible for updating the information weekly. This document will be used to do our weekly Alert Now messages for parents. We will also communicate with our parents weekly through the Columbus County Schools mobile app and school messenger. A weekly phone call will go out with events for the week. Weekly messages will also be sent via email and text. Teachers currently to communicate with parents are using Class Dojo, Remind, MTSS documents, Dibble's Home Connect, parent conferences, and weekly newsletters to keep parents updated and informed. We will also have curriculum nights. We had our first one on September the 28th, and that was to inform our parents of the curriculum that we are using, to try to give them some strategies again to use with their students at home to cover skills that they need, whether it be soft skills such as using the technology that we're using in our classrooms, or whether it be related to the curriculum. Curriculum nights will be used, we'll have another one in March, but they will be used to provide these training opportunities for our parents. In conjunction with the district strategic plan, we have established a PTO to increase parent engagement. We have been recruiting parents at open house and at our curriculum night on September the 28th, and our official PTO meeting will be on November the 9th. Parent surveys. Parent surveys will be conducted twice a year. The first survey will be done on November the 9th at the PTO meeting, and the second one will be done on April 12th at that PTO meeting. These surveys will be used to monitor the progression of this goal for us. Our third goal is to strengthen our core instruction and interventions by focusing on intentional planning. Teachers are using new core programs for reading and math. Our goal is to have standard aligned materials organized based on pacing guides and the North Carolina check-ins to achieve mastery on EOG tests. These materials will be consistent and easy to read for teachers and for new hires. Social and emotional learning activities will also be incorporated into these lessons. Our data trackers will be used to monitor our academic progress, especially now that they are standards-based. Thank you, and those are our three goals for this year and what we will be doing at Sierra Gorda Elementary School.
Any questions?
I have a question. How much time are teachers spending on this data tracker? Entering and printing out and pulling data?
We had that conversation today during PLCs, Mr. Strickland, and I'll be honest, I'll tell you when it was first introduced a couple of weeks ago that we had a little kickback, a little concern about the newest part, which is standard-based with the math. But in our conversation today with that same group of teachers, they said that they were doing fine with it, that it was not as cumbersome as what they thought it would be, and they actually thought it was going to be beneficial.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Thank you, Ms. Falk.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Falk. All right, Mr. Powell from Chadburn Elementary. We'll share his goals, their goals.
Good afternoon, everyone. Michael Powell, Chadburn Elementary School principal. And we had 3 goals primarily for this year. One was to increase parental involvement, along with increased community involvement, strengthen our PBIS program, and to increase literacy at Chadburn Elementary. With our school being a low-performing school, our work is cut out for us, but we are eating this elephant one bite at a time. And our first goal, increasing parental involvement, we are in the process of creating a PTO. We're going to put out a survey, or putting out a survey, to find out what interest might be in the PTO. Chadburn is a very difficult place in terms of getting community and parental involvement, and that's quite a challenge for us. We had our first Kona Ice celebration this past Friday, when kids exhibit good behavior, academic progress, and attendance. And we invited some parents to come out, and some parents did come out. We were very appreciative of that and let them know it. So getting parents involved with our celebrations will be a good step in getting more parental involvement. Next month, we are going to sponsor a book fair. The first month in November. We're going to invite parents to come out to eat lunch with their children. And on Thursday, November the 4th, we're going to have a literacy night from 3 to 6 p.m. Parents are free to come out and shop at the fair with their children and learn reading strategies from their child's teacher. The book fair ends on November 5th as an attempt to get more parental involvement. We use also a number of communication platforms to communicate with parents, including Class Dojo is our primary way of communicating with parents because you get immediate feedback from parents. We also are trying to encourage them to also download the Columbus County School app. We do Alert Now. Some teachers are doing weekly calendars for parents. We're having our first Title I Parent Night on October 21st. We have a career day planned in the spring, and also curriculum nights in the spring, where they'll do science projects, art projects, literacy modeling. We also try to entice volunteers to come out and volunteer as well. All this is done in an effort to increase parental involvement in our school. Community involvement, we are partnering with several organizations. First Hope, which is just getting off the ground. We are encouraging kids to apply to go to this community program. I have a flyer, student application that I'll be distributing throughout the school to give to students for parents to look at to see if they want their kids to be a part of this program. It'll be a great step in getting parental involvement, community involvement. We're also going to partner with Columbus County Legends. We also partner with faith-based community. We've had some churches to come out and feed our staff. Also to come out and volunteer. Our first advisory council meeting will be held this month on October the 14th. We're also going to participate in the county fair for the first time in quite some time. We have a booth at the county fair. We also encourage volunteers in that regard as well. We're strengthening our PBIS program. All of our teachers now are using Educator's Handbook. It's a very useful tool, and that it gives a lot of data and feedback on where the hot spots are in terms of behavior. For example, we found that most bad behaviors are on Wednesday at about 1 o'clock. So that's valuable data to help us to plan to meet the challenges of those situations. We also have our STAR protocols that are taught and referred to daily in a pledge given over the intercom by students each day. And our pledge is basically says, Chapman Elementary School Pledge. Today I pledge to be a star. I will be safe. I will be trustworthy. I will be attentive. I will be respectful. I will be a superstar, for the acronym STAR, S-T-A-R. We find that consistency is key to classroom management and overall behavior. So we're trying to create a sense of not just classroom, but also for the entire school in terms of consistency and what we expect. We're also in the process of creating a PBIS handbook with the help of Natalie Granger, our PBS county coordinator. An attempt to increase our literacy, and we had very poor scores in math and science. So the county is implementing the Science of Reading program that will begin on tomorrow, kick off tomorrow afternoon, and will continue throughout the year. We're also having CCCA students to come out and volunteer 1 day a week to read to our children. We're trying to increase the number of books in our classroom libraries. Research shows that the average classroom library needs about 750 books to be an adequate classroom library. Also, research shows that students can score in the 98th percentile on standardized tests when they read independently for 60 minutes per day. We also continue to use our data trackers to track student progress and needs. We use MTSS to drive individual student progress. Chapman Elementary has a full-time media coordinator who stays abreast of current research concerning student achievement and literacy. She has secured a free classroom library analysis survey through Scholastic to help grow our classroom libraries, and has also recently written the Mary Pope Osborne Gift of Books grant. She will soon be participating in the Intervention Reinvention book study with other professionals and Scholastic account executives in hopes of gaining new reading and intervention strategies for Chapman Elementary. We also soliciting volunteers to help us with our students in terms of reading. Those are our goals and those are our strategies. Are there any questions?
I just have a request. Send me those dates of your book fairs and things so that I can make an effort to attend.
Okay, sure will.
And just text them to me, Coach Mel.
All right.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Powell. We appreciate it. All right, Mr. Johnson from CCCA, Columbus Career and College Academy.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Jeremiah Johnson, principal at Columbus Career and College Academy. This year, when we looked at our school improvement plan and our goals, we really wanted to focus on students and parents and staff and bringing them all together and working with them in mental health areas, engaging them back into school, and providing them opportunities outside of a traditional academic schedule with some intervention activities and enrichment activities. And it's our goal and it's our hope that by bringing all these pieces together, we will see increased academics. We'll see increased performance on tests, in scholarships that are earned, in college acceptance, etc. When you look at our school improvement plan, you see that our ongoing goal, and I think with all schools, we really want to focus in on the academics, and that's to increase our EOCs by 10%. But I really want to look at our goals for this school year. And our first goal is using Pride Ride. As Dante said earlier, we started our intervention plan today. Our Pride Ride is the West Quest Swamp Chomp swag for CCCA. And Pride is our school mascot, and the ride stands for remediation, intervention, discipline, and enrichment. So we're going to provide those 4 types of activities during our intervention and remediation time. Today was our very first day implementing it. We are the very first early college to utilize the program that's used at the other 3 schools in the state. So we're excited. And it was actually the staff that really came together and said, hey, we really want to offer this for our students. So we're excited. And so it's our goal to, by using Pride Ride, students will participate in monthly advisory sessions with a focus on career and college readiness and exposure, academic advising, and the development of self-advocacy skills by the end of the school year. So with the advisory, basically students will go by grade level and learn different parts of, or try to work with different parts on college readiness, whether it's understanding the transcript, the college application process, FAFSA, self-advocacy, etc. So they'll discuss post-secondary goals with teachers, what will it take to achieve that, what will it take to get there, the college apps, the tests, the scholarships. Also, we're looking at long-term goals. We want to understand the why. Freshmen don't understand that you can earn different endorsements on your high school diploma. So if we start talking to them now during their 9th grade year, looking at the long term, they'll hopefully by their senior year reach and earn those high school endorsements. So again, we're going to look at the long-term goals and focus on the why. Our second goal is we will increase the parent engagement by 20% annually with the baseline established this school year. We want to bring parents back into the building so that they can be re-engaged with their students' learning. One way we're going to do this is by increasing the number of parents linked to Schoology. We use Schoology instead of Google Classroom as our LMS. We want to make sure we have the correct information in PowerSchool. Oftentimes, parents get a new phone number and they forget to let us know. So we're trying to make sure that we have the most up-to-date information in PowerSchool so that our parents know what's going on when we send out those weekly calls. And also, too, in encouraging parents to download the Columbus County Schools app. One of the biggest things that we're going to do this year is we're bringing back student-led conferences. And with the student-led conferences, students share their progress academically. They share their strengths, their weaknesses. They share areas that they want to improve in. They provide work samples. And it's kind of a self-evaluation, but it's with the parents, and it's the students leading that conversation, not necessarily the teacher. The teacher's there more of an advisory role, just to kind of monitor and ensure that the students are doing it properly. We also plan to offer other events for parents, including we had a very successful recruitment for the middle schools last year, and we hope to grow upon that. And also offer open houses for our parents. So we want our parents back in the building. We want them engaged with their student learning, or with their students' learning. And finally, our last goal is to participate. Our students and staff will participate in social and emotional learning activities on a monthly basis. We broke it down to different ways. Teachers are going to provide an activity each month. We'll have one school-wide SEL activity each quarter. And then finally, the staff will be involved in an SEL activity each month as well. And our goal, again, is to re-engage our students, re-engage our staff in, and allow for mental health wellness opportunities. And again, it's our goal that by working on all three of these areas, we'll see the improvement in our academics.
Any questions?
Go ahead.
Mr. Johnson, tell me something. And I'm going back to the two young men that talked a few minutes ago, okay? How much conversation has there ever been between staff, you, kids, about extracurricular activity?
To be honest, very little.
Tell me this. Is there enough students at CCCA to field a soccer team that would participate, in your opinion?
Put me on the spot. To field a soccer team specifically for CCCA, I'm not sure. I don't know if I can properly answer that question.
I know it'd be difficult for football and basketball, but I'm thinking soccer, tennis.
Those are small, those are small teams.
That would not be a very expensive sport. And, we've had this conversation with a few of these young people over the last couple of months, and we know it's not possible for them to go back to their high schools to play
Correct.
because of the ADM number. And so he said he thought he had enough to play football and it's just hard for me to understand how we're going to come up with $500,000 to start a football team.
Correct.
Because that would be roughly what it would take if we did that. And I was just wondering, I'm glad you were here tonight. That I just wanted to.
Some early colleges have small sports programs, or in other instances, the districts allow them to go back to their home schools. It's my belief that our students have a unique opportunity, just as those students at a traditional high school have their unique
That's right.
opportunities.
That's right.
I've been on both sides of the fence. I've been the high school principal that allowed an early college student to play at a school, and then now I'm the principal of the early college where that early college student wants to play. And it is tough. But again, our school provides these unique experiences, these unique opportunities that the other traditional high school students don't get. We also provide some of the same. We have a prom. We have now implemented remediation and enrichment opportunities that are very similar to the other three schools. And you gotta, and I know it's tough as an 8th grader trying to figure out what we want to do. Do I want to play sports? I lost a 9th grader this year because that student wanted to play soccer back at South Columbus. But I'm glad the 8th graders take that opportunity to apply, to come and see if this is the unique opportunity that they want. And then at the end of the 9th grade year, they can make that decision. All right, this is not for me. I do want to go back to a traditional high school. Or you know what? This is for me. And this unique opportunity is going to have me make some sacrifices.
Right.
It's just like
enrollment at CCCA. What is it right now?
It's about 242.
Anybody else?
I was just, what would you say your parent engagement is right now?
So for this incoming freshman class, when we had our open houses, it was through the roof. I mean, we had, I think one event we had 180 people there, which equated to about 65 families. When we had our open house at the beginning of the year, or for our freshmen, I think all but 10 showed up. So that's roughly 85%, but that's with this freshman class. With the upperclassmen, it's hardly there. And that's why we hope to re-engage with our student-led conferences. And with those grade levels, we're looking at 9, 10, and 11.
So your measure for parental engagement is participation.
Participation in the
or attendance.
Correct. Attendance, and then, of course, looking at Schoology, making sure they're on there. Our Schoology allows or provides parents with a lot more in terms of communicating with teachers. They can see exactly what teachers are teaching in the class. So that's part of the engagement too. That's more on the back burner, but actual coming out to the school and attendance, we hope to establish that baseline this year.
Yeah, I mean, anytime I say we're going to increase engagement, it's concerning to me.
Right.
Because I work for a large company that measures employee engagement, and even with a doctorate degree, I can't figure out that formula.
Right.
So, I mean, it's pretty involved thing to measure engagement.
And so with the student-led conferences, that's where the engagement piece comes in. And, because it's the students that are talking with those parents. They're providing, hey, this is a pamphlet or this is a booklet that I filled out where I've measured how I feel I have done and how I feel I have worked towards reaching my goals this semester. And here's some examples of it. Mom and Dad, this is what I need to do. Mom and Dad, this is what I need you to do. And you're right. And it's involvement is more than just attending events.
Right. Okay. Thanks.
Uh-huh.
Would you say your split, male and female, is 50-50, just ballpark, or?
Probably, yeah.
Anyone else? Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, guys. Y'all have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. And Ms. Spalding, perfect timing. she was doing an interview at her school for a new staff member, so she needed to be there. So we have Miss Spalding, George Spalding from Evergreen.
I just so wish that staff member had walked in my door a week ago, because then y'all could approve her tonight. How y'all doing tonight? I missed the process.
So we're just, they're going to take 5 minutes, that's what everybody's been doing, to just give your goals and your action steps, some action steps.
Okay. Three of our basic goals are to improve our reading by 20%, up to 35.8. Would like for it to go higher, but trying to look at realistically. Improve our math, up to 34.3. Again, would like for it to be higher and striving. And our science up to 60.7. I've made a change last year in fifth grade science teacher. That ended up being a really good move, and that kind of helped increase our science scores. She had taught science before several years ago and had some good science scores in comparison to what we had had in the past. And she is following up with that again this year. And got a change in science for middle grades. Mr. Michael Benton, who most of you all remember as being at central office staff. He was transferred to me from a central office to the ISS alternative school position. And this year, my science teacher resigned, and he, having taught science about 20-some years ago, was excited to teach science. He's taking home his books every day, studying, and one of the true tells that I find is when, as they say, when you hear it from the mouths of babes. When I called in students and I asked them about science and the lessons, and they talked to me about the good things that's happening, and when he wants to do the hands-on and labs and things. So I'm hoping that science will continue to increase, as well as with language arts and math. Our another one of our goals is to continue to increase parent engagement. We have started with trying to get everyone to download the Columbus County app. I noticed yesterday whenever it was sent out that we were at the lowest percentage, but I'm hoping that that will go up a little bit. Sometimes I hate to say it, sometimes it's the last minute that some of our people get on board with doing things like that. Our teachers are tasked with contacting parents, a minimum of 5 or more parents a week, both positive contacts and negative contacts. When I say negative, if there's a consequence that or concern that's going on in a class, a child is needing some redirection. One thing that I have noticed is that many of the parents that I had in my office last year, repeatedly, I've noticed those children's grades, and those are some of the ones that had to attend summer school, but those grades are like night and day compared to last year. Because last year it got to the point that if they were failing, by the first 9-week report card coming out, we sent home for parents to come and meet with us, and plan on already following suit with that. Scheduled a open house to fall right there as report cards are coming out, so that parents can have that opportunity to come and meet with their teachers. And one of our last major initiatives this year is developing every day is PBIS, and just attacking our discipline, our behavior, our engagement of students, and not necessarily engaged in academics per se, but children have come back from being home, virtual, blended, and they don't know how to interact with each other. And so just doing some of those activities through PBIS. In fact, had a PBIS meeting this afternoon where we had already started, but doing something as a reward and an incentive for each child that meets their goals every Friday. And looking at, in addition to that, and some of the goals involves, some of the incentives involves pulling children out of class for say an hour. Some of them doesn't involve pulling children out of a class at all. Say they get an extra 100 for a class grade, a ticket for that, or a free ticket for a homework pass, a snack that's delivered to the classroom, because sometimes things speak volumes that if I've met my goals, and it's not necessarily that I'm an AB student or even a ABCD student, but that I've come to school, I've given it my best, and I'm behaving. But that I can come downstairs or have a snack delivered to the classroom, and I get to sit and eat that snack in front of Bill, or something like that. And so, in addition to the PBIS, we have a new counselor on board, Eve Waddell, and she is on board with wanting to work with the K-6 students with character education. And because a lot of children just don't understand what good judgment is and trustworthiness is, and just not really truly understanding that, because a lot of times if you don't have someone at home to teach them that, and a lot of our children do not, then they don't know. And so along with her working with children, I've talked to Dr. Wing, and we have a behavior support person that's on our campus 3 days a week for the most part. And I've said, one of the major goals I need him to do is to walk around and just talk to our children in the classes about just getting along with each other and making those right choices. One of the big initiatives that he and I have talked about doing, and Eve has already talked to me about wanting to play a part in that, is doing, we used to do it at Chadron Men of Distinction, and then Ms. Waddell has talked about wanting to do something for some of the higher at-risk girls on the female side of things. Let me get to some of the one of the other, in meeting with Dr. Meadows at my end of the year evaluation and things, we have set up dates. We meet and are meeting regularly thus far. I'm gonna knock on some wood, with PBIS weekly, with MTSS weekly, and with our school, and our MTSS/school improvement team. But right now we're having to meet with our MTSS team weekly because we have a lot of students that are in Tier 2, but a lot of students that we are having to look at writing, doing a functional behavior assessment on and doing behavior intervention plans on, because of the volatile behaviors that they are exhibiting. Yes, sir.
One quick question. I know we all know what MTSS is. What is Tier 2? What is that define? What's the defining?
That is those children who are either behaviorally or academically, and or both, or are deemed as your at-risk population that you need to target.
Okay.
It's targeted for interventions, for academic interventions, targeted interventions for behavior, to see if with targeted interventions, a behavior intervention plan or our behavior support person, and I'm talking about behavior right now, or say in pulling small groups and working with those students. If with those interventions, is and can a student able to succeed? Without, then you continue to collect your data on whether or not a child needs to be referred for exceptional children's testing, further evaluation, things like that. I don't know if I've answered your question.
Generally, that's like your 20%, right?
I can't hear you.
Generally, that's like your 20%.
It is, but
The tier 1 is basically 80%. That's everybody should.
I can't say that right now mine
and
is as
your
low
tier
as
2 should be
20%.
in that neighborhood. Yeah.
Yeah, I right now I would say we're looking at about 40-50% from when I go on our data from last year. And
Yeah.
right now we're still early in the year.
Probably
But I go
higher,
on our
yeah.
data from last year. But last year's data is, I mean, kids were blended, kids were virtual, kids were face to face. Like I said a few minutes ago, and I had a kid come in my office last week. This is just a prime example. Last year, he was failing everything. Failed everything all year long. He was caught with his phone out during class. He came and asked me at the end of the day if he could have his phone back. The first thing I did was I turned and I pulled up his grades. That's what I do with any child that's in my office. If I've got a child in my office, behavior, talking to them, whatever, I pull up their grades whenever grades have an opportunity to start going in. Well, when I pulled up his grades, he's gone from failing everything from last year to a straight A student and 1 B, and that B was an 83. And I looked at him and said, I can't really fuss at you right now, can I? I said, your grades have earned your opportunity for you to be able to take your phone home today instead of a parent coming and picking it up. And so if I go with our data from last year, we were at 40-50% that we were looking at targeted interventions, targeted contacts with parents. I hope that by the time our 9 weeks report card comes out that we're not looking at that. I hope that it's with the 20%. I don't know if I've answered your question.
You've answered it. I still have some other questions, but I'll get with you and I'll actually spend some time with you there at the school.
Okay, no problem. Dr. Meadows is aware of some of the struggles that I've had with staff. My class sizes right now in kindergarten are above max. My class sizes I've got a K1 combination that's above max, but I hope, knock on wood this week, we will be able to, once I go home tonight and start making some referrals is not the word I'm looking for. But
Recommendations.
Recommendations, there you go, thank you. Recommendations on teacher match. I hope that we will be able to reshift some classes. By reshifting, I will not have, it's going to lower some of my class sizes, but it's going to take some loads off of some teachers that are not normally teaching those grade levels. I've got two teachers that taught 3rd grade last year. They're teaching 2nd and 3rd grade this year. My media coordinator is teaching 4th and 5th grade math right now because I need a 4th and 5th grade math teacher. I talked to you about Mr. Benton. I've got a position that we have combined classes simply because I could not fathom, and talking with my school improvement team, we just decided and the teachers decided that rather than putting a sub in a class for a 1st grade, 2nd grade position, that the teachers would take on a heavier load so that at least those children had a core teacher that knew the curriculum, could address the concerns, the deficits that they've had, or that they have, and hopefully, and our thought was, hopefully we would find a teacher. I feel good about it. I'm not telling y'all, I walked in today and my thought is on that teacher I just left. You know, it's almost too good to be true. But.
Other questions, anybody?
I have one comment. One thing that you said, and I didn't hear anybody else really say this, and I think this is a very important student engagement, talking with you about what works, about the teachers, you know. You said you talked to a few students about the science teacher, and that to me, that is one of the most important things that we can do, is get feedback from the student, not only their grade, because sometimes the student can be doing just fine, but they could be doing better, you know, and they can give suggestions on things that they need in the classroom or whatever. And that's good. I like talking with the students and trying to find out their feelings on teachers and just how things are going as far as, you know, the learning process, and I like that.
Thank you.
I'll be by to see you in the next few weeks. If I can get off an airplane.
Sounds good. I should be there.
Thank you, Ms. Fogg. We appreciate it.
I can talk. Y'all know I can talk.
I know, that's why I'm cutting you off.
Yes, we know that.
So, thank you, though. I appreciate it.
All right. Any questions? Y'all cut me off.
We're good. We still have more agenda, Ms. Spalding. All right, so board members, remember that school improvement plans are created each year. They are living documents. So the intent is that even though, and you know, I would recommend that you approve these school improvement plans tonight, next month the school improvement team can meet and they could review something and make an adjustment to an action step or some strategy that they might have in there, because they are living documents. But I would recommend that the board approve the school improvement plans of the schools that presented tonight, as the intent of that they are headed in a good direction in terms of what they're focused on at their schools.
You've heard the recommendation, Superintendent, that we approve the school improvement plans that were presented tonight for the school year 21-22. What is your recommendation?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Motion by Mr. Strickland, second by Mr. Long. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor of said motion, vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you for approving those. So the next item on the agenda is the Science of Reading Implementation Plan. So some of you may have heard of the Science of Reading. There was a Senate Bill 387 that was approved earlier in the summer. And what that bill requires is that every school district over the next 4 years will train every K-5 teacher, or excuse me, pre-K-5 teacher, EC teachers in the science of reading. And the state is funded the professional development that is to occur. So the professional development does not cost the district, but obviously it is a big commitment in terms of time and energy, thought, because it is science. It's not just a brief professional development they will go to. It is basically like a master's level class that these teachers will participate in. You can see in the attachment the districts that were chosen, and we were selected to participate in cohort 1, which begins this year. Lisa Brown is our person who is coordinating. She's our literacy coordinator, so she is coordinating this effort. And you will see that she has placed in here information about what the science of reading is. The reason that this came about is that over the last many years, there has been different ideas about how you should teach reading. Some of you may have heard of whole language. that was used probably 20 years ago, came out, and basically the intent was that students would learn just from sight words and looking at text, and it would somehow come to them that you to understand the language and the words. The science of reading really is focused on phonics, phonemic awareness, their vocabulary, comprehension, and oral language, so that they can develop those skills to be competent readers to decode, but then also to be able to comprehend and understand what they're reading as well. So the good thing about doing the science of reading training is, one, that it is truly based on science and research. Two, that it will provide consistency for us across the district in terms of how teachers teach reading to children. And when you have consistency, we've talked about this since I came, about how having consistency across the district makes it much easier for us to provide support, for us to provide continued professional development, and for if students transition between classes or schools, they're still going to be able to have the same type of instruction between those classrooms. So in the handout that you have, there's information about the time commitment that is required with this. So our kickoff is actually tomorrow afternoon. You can see that pre-K teachers, they are involved. They actually have 2 face-to-face training sessions. You see the dates that are there, October 11th and then January 3rd. Those are all-day trainings. Those are mandatory work days. But in between those trainings, there is work that they have to do. So they will be reading, they will be working with particular students to practice what they learn in their training, and then they come back to the training to get feedback, coaching from that. Basically, the approximation is 23 hours of time that they would have outside of those 2 days of training that are mandatory work days. When you look at the K-5 training, you will see that there are actually 4 work days, mandatory work days that are already in the calendar, that they will have full day training. But then they also have what's called the bridge to practice, which is time that's outside of that training that they're going to read, they're going to study, they're going to do some online coursework, they're going to have to practice, and that is almost 55 hours of time. So when we talked about this, we felt like we needed to provide something to the teachers for this added time that they would be doing. They're going to get CEUs or credit towards their license for doing the training, but it also is still more of their time. And so we are recommending that our pre-K participants receive $1,000, and because they have their 2 days of training, one is October, one in January, and then the time in between, and they would receive that stipend in January. That the K-5 teachers actually receive $2,000 over the course of the year. They get $1,000 in January, and they get $1,000 in May. So they've done 2 days of actual training, October and January, time in between, they get a stipend. And then they do another training in March and one in May, and they get their other stipend after they complete that. Our hope is that we also are going to provide meals for them on the days of the training, try to make it a little bit more encouraging for them. We're hoping that they will see the benefits of this for our students. Obviously, we need our teachers to be able to effectively teach reading. And I'm not suggesting that they can't, but if we can have consistency about how they teach reading, it will be so much better for our students. So I am asking that the board would approve that we use ESSER money to pay this stipend to our teachers, and the lunch or the meal money would have to come out of local. I don't believe we can pay it out of ESSER. But to pay these expenses of basically $300,000 for the stipends and almost $8,000 for the meals to our staff for participating in this science of reading training. So, Mr. Chairman, I would recommend to the board that they approve the stipends and the costs for the meals to assist our teachers or to encourage our teachers to participate and be involved in the science of reading training.
So it's not required?
It is required. All
So
teachers.
So the state's not making they're not helping any with this?
They will pay for substitutes. They will give us some money for substitutes, but we don't need teachers to be out of the classroom. We need them to be in the classroom with kids. So we're trying to do something that would allow them, to be paid for time outside of the regular day. We've talked about some other ideas of doing a little bit of coverage here and there. Lisa and I had a conversation about, how last year we went and covered for lunch, the central office staff. So we talked the other day about going and covering a half a day for a group of teachers to go work, and then cover the other half a day for another group of teachers within the building to give them time to work on some of this. But there will be time that they're going to have to spend outside of the school day to study and to prepare and to do their online lessons as well.
But it's really going to cost the school district $8,000, $7,600.
Right. The other is ESSER money that is from the COVID money that we received, ESSER 3.
Well, my question would be, what's next? It's like sales. There's a different sales mode that comes through every 2 or 3 years. So what's next?
Yeah. Well, I do believe that, so the science of reading does go back to what actually, prior to whole language, what was good reading instruction.
Okay.
And so it's not completely new. This really is, what was it called, Reading First? And
we had the reading first, and then you talk those 5 components: the phonics, phonemic awareness, vocabulary, comprehension, and I'm leaving out one.
Oral language, fluency.
Fluency. But yeah, it goes back to those and measuring those, which to me, as a principal, that was our most effective time teaching reading, because we can measure each one of those components and see exactly what the child needed. And I'm a phonics-based person. I believe in that, and I think most people would agree with that. But I think we're basically returning back to some of that. So yes, it is a new title, but it's really something our veteran teachers will know a lot about, and I think it would help these new ones as well. I think it's a good thing overall. I really do.
The other part of the legislation that is actually a positive is that the higher ed programs have to incorporate science of reading also, because part of the issue has been there's been such a difference between how each higher ed school of ed taught how to teach reading, that there was not consistency across any school.
I know we don't have a choice. We've got to do it, but I mean, it just, we change methodology, and then we bring in something new and it doesn't work, and we go back, and it's costing the state of North Carolina $300,000 to go back to what we did 21 years ago.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Okay, you've heard the recommendation, Superintendent, that we accept the science of reading implementation plan. What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Coleman, second by Mr. Long. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor of the said motion, let it know by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
All right, thank you. The next item is a normal, every year we do these memorandum of agreements. This is for our school-based mental health treatment with Coastal Horizons and Interactive, the name left me.
IFS.
I'm sorry, what?
It's IFS on here.
I know, but it just left me. Oh, Benita can't find it. Interactive Family Services, I think is what it stands for. But it's the memorandum of agreement for those 2 programs to go into our schools and provide mental health services. The Coastal Horizons works with the schools that are on the eastern and the western end, and the Interactive Family Services is on the eastern end. And they actually provide mental health counselors to come to our schools, provide that counseling service within our buildings, but at no cost to us. And so this is just an agreement to allow those two programs to still continue to come to our buildings and provide those mental health counseling services.
Do we take full advantage of that?
Oh, yeah.
Especially now with the children all coming back and you know, I know that.
Yeah, I think they've actually increased some of their, some of the hours. And our counselors, our administrators, social workers, they're the ones that usually make the referrals to those counseling programs. Yes. So I would recommend that the board approve the memorandum of agreements for Coastal Horizons and Interactive Family Services, or IFS.
You've heard the recommendation of the superintendent that we approve the memorandum of agreement for the school-based treatment of Coastal Horizons Center and what was that?
Interactive Family Services.
Interactive Family Services. What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Strickland.
Second.
Second by Mr. Long. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor of said motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
All right, the next one is our memorandum of agreement with Advantage Behavioral Health Care, and this is for our day treatment program that's at Chadburn Elementary. They actually are there every day. They provide mental health services to the kids who are assigned to the day treatment program. The emphasis is on the mental health services, but they also receive academic services while they're in that day treatment program. So this is just the memorandum of agreement for them to continue to provide those mental health services in that day treatment program. So I'd recommend to the board that the board approve this memorandum of agreement with Advantage Behavioral Health Care.
You've heard the recommendation of the superintendent that we approve the memorandum of agreement with Advantage Behavioral Health Care for the day treatment services at Chadburn Elementary School. What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Long.
Second.
Second by Mr. Coleman. Any other discussion? No discussion. All in favor of said motion, on by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
All right, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Williams.
Okay, we have, you have under auxiliary services, item number one, this is just a review of invoices that we have sent for payment. Number one is A is Shawstack Design, the amount of $11,617.23. That's his monthly payment for West Columbus Design and Contract Administration. We have a pay application of her, and that's still ongoing at Tabor City of $97,484.09. If I'm not, well, I do know that the remaining balance at her is right at $62,000, so we're almost finished with them at Tabor City. Barnhill Contracting Company, pay application number 5, and the amount of $1,173,719.58. We have sent for payment, and we have 3 invoices from Ty and Associates, $33,835.76, $14,825.15, and we had one that we had to resubmit in the amount of $3,216.76. Now, sometimes we get, Ty and Associates kind of get lost in the mix, but those are environmental folks, and they're on the site constantly to review and make sure they do soil testing. They test the quality of the concrete. They take samples of everything and make sure that it's right and it meets the standards before it is used. So they're very important to all of our projects. Item number 2, you have a contract that we would request that you approve, and you have approved for us to do this, but this is the actual contract for you to give another blessing to, hopefully. This is basically to add the Hallsboro Artesia roof project in with the Williams Township project. And recall, we just simply did not get a bidder for Williams Township School and the roof and some of the fascia at Hallsboro Artesia need a replacing, and it's going to be a pretty big job. So we feel like combining these two projects will increase the chances of getting some good competitive bids. And this is basically a contract with our architect, David Clinton, that reflects this. And we are requesting that you approve that. Senator Mr. Bill on short notice, and he has reviewed it, so I guess it's all right.
Fine, it has the standard stuff that we have about litigation and everything.
You know, you got me checking for that now. I saw that it was in there, so that's the only thing I know to check for. And yeah, so if we request that you approve that, and basically what this will do, this will give us the go-ahead for them to complete the design work and bid this project, the two roofing projects, and that we really desperately need. This is really, to my knowledge, it's one of the last two things that, you know, we ought to be in pretty good shape for roofs for a while, other than minor things.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'd recommend that the board approve the agreement with Shawstack Design for the bidding and construction administration for those roofing projects.
You've heard the recommendation of the superintendent that we approve the Shawstack Design Incorporated agreement for bidding and construction for the roof projects at Hallsboro Artesia and at Williams Township School. What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Coleman.
Second.
Second by Mr. Long. Any other discussion? No discussion. All in favor of the said motion, vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
If, in case any of you are interested, and I'm sure you are very interested, in case some of you would like to attend, we have our pre-bids meeting for the Tabor City project Tuesday, the 12th, at that site, and I can get you a time if you're interested. But David told me today that we have 9 contractors that have already requested access to the Dropbox, which is where he puts all his documents related to the project. And he gave me some names, and some of these we have already done business with, and we had good experiences with. So we're hoping that this will result in some competitive bids, because obviously the project is going to probably rise above some of the estimates simply because of the cost of material increase since this has been done. But we're hoping that the bids will be competitive, and we'll be able to get in under budget. But that may not be the projection right now. We may be a little over. So, but we'll deal with that when we get to it.
So we should be bringing that to a recommendation for a contractor at the November board meeting, right?
That'll be coming at the November 4th board meeting. Exactly. We're receiving bids the Tuesday before that November 4th meeting.
8th, I think it's 8th.
8th, is it 8th?
Yes.
Okay. So it may be the 4th when we're receiving
I think that's
the
what it
bids. Anyway, it's second, maybe second. It's the Tuesday before anyway. I believe it's the 2nd. All right. Next item, number 3, the surplus auction. You see a list of the items, and we're just want to give this to you so you can look over these, and we're going to be announcing these in the paper at some point, but we want to have this auction on November 5th, and it will be at the maintenance department over at Hallsboro, and you see a list of items there. So if you want some good stuff, I say that very lightly, want some good stuff, come by and check it out. Mr. Bill will be, Colonel Bill Phipps will be our auctioneer, and we'll get that sold. We need some room for some stuff because Hallsboro's filled up, and we're got a call from the other week. Well, it's been a couple of months ago from State Employees Credit Union, and they're in process of actually getting rid, cleaning out, or replacing whatever, all of their furniture in their branches. And to be honest with you, some of the stuff they're getting rid of looks new. And they have contacted school systems all across the state, and they're just simply donating it. And what's more, they will deliver. and it's some really good stuff. And we want to get as much as we can, and but we need some room for some stuff. But that's just one of the good things that's going on that we've been a benefactors of recently. So, but we're come for the sale.
Tell me something, John.
Yes.
As I look at this list, and I know that, like you said, you used it lightly, but the athletic field equipment, is that something that the middle schools might could use, or if it's something from the high schools or something like that?
These are tractors and mowers that we had at Pates, and they've been there for years. That some of our stuff was so old that Pates kept over there, and they used parts off of. And so they were cleaning up, and they called us and said, you need to come get your stuff. So a lot of this is basically a lot of those old Fords. Remember those old Ford tractors? I mean, that's what's over there. You can't get parts for those things anymore.
It's not markers or nothing.
No,
like that.
field markers and
Okay.
things like that. No, sir, it's not. And like the dry erase marker boards, I mean, when we everything that was good and usable, we put in some of the schools. Like a lot of them came here, and some of the other high schools. So, I mean, I don't get your hopes up on that.
Switching gears off of that, the floor at Hallsboro. Have you had a chance to go to the gym lately?
I have.
It is super slick in a
It's
lot
slick,
of spots.
and we put dehumidification in there to try to help. You know, in the wintertime, they basically run the heat 24 hours a day, and that helps with the floor. And that's a lot of where it drives your cost of your the power in that gym up. But they put a lot of dehumidification in there recently, and try to work with that because it is slick. A film comes on that floor, and it's tough to deal with.
I mean, even I was out there the other day. I mean,
Yeah.
it was really slick.
Mhm.
And if it's a situation where we can't keep that, maybe we need all their games and stuff just need to be away.
No, I don't think so. I think we're gonna be able to use it. I mean, really, because it's really honestly, you know, as you know, it's one of the
It's nice.
nicer gyms
Yes.
in the county. It's really nice gym, but
Well, isn't it something in the summertime where we can sand it off and do something to it?
well, the only thing really is really just try to keep the humidity levels down. We put some dehumidifiers in here to try to help, and like we did in the gym here, and it's amazing. You know, it's Columbus County in the August and September is just what we have to deal with there. But
I mean, we can't varnish it and help it or something?
well, what's happening? Your air is coming from the top. You know, here a lot of your product was coming underneath, and we put plastic on the ground and you know, keep the fans underneath. But there, it's actually in the air. Now, the problem is it's like in your house. If you put fans to pull the air through, like in your house, it's pulling the air from the outside. So you're pulling moist air through your building again. So really just a lot of dehumidification, and if we can make it it's tough right now. If we can make it to some cooler weather, and really that's how they combat it. They just keep the heaters going.
But I mean, they're still on rotation to be cleaned and
Yes,
sanded and
definitely.
varnished and all every summer. Or,
Yes, they're
Okay.
yes, sir.
I mean, we're just not going to do that.
No, we won't. No, as long as we use it there, we'll keep it up and keep it in good shape. No, it's on the rotation with other floors. Yes. Number 4, we have an item up here, and this is basically a bid that Miss Klontz has sent, and we're asking that you approve these bids for the frozen slushies, the Trident beverage, and they were the new bid, and they were the low bid, and pizza from Domino's, and that was the low new bid as well, and she's got it broken down on the bottom. I will say that we had a case where one of the vendors may have been lower, but they were simply did not meet the deadline. So, out of fairness, we had to cut it off like as advertised. So, we're asking that you approve these bids for child nutrition for services.
Mr. Chairman, I recommend that the board approve the additional food items from child nutrition for this school year.
You've heard the recommendation of the superintendent that we approve the child nutrition additional food items for the school year 21-22. What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Motion by Mr. Coleman,
Second.
second by Mr. Long. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor of the said motion, please vote on by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? General items.
All right, the next item are the advisory council appointments. And I believe that we've received from Mr. Edwards and Mr. Long, their recommendations we had approved, you all had approved last month, Mr. Strickland and Mr. Coleman. The ones that would have been for Mr. Herring, we contacted the principals and we asked them if they had members that still wanted to serve. They said they did, and that's who's on the list. If they had a vacancy, we asked if there was someone that could fill that spot. And if some, when a new board member is appointed, if they want to add or make a change, we can. But we felt like this would allow the schools to get started with their advisory council meetings. So I would recommend that the board approve the advisory council appointments that are listed on the attachment.
You have heard the recommendation of the superintendent that we approve the advisory council appointments for the school year 21-22. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Strickland, second by Mr. Long. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor of the said motion, let know by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
We have two policies that we would like to make small revisions. The first one is the student dress code policy. There has been some discussion about students and the language in number 3 on the dress code. It says sweatbands. And there's just been conversation about what exactly does that mean. Some are interpreting it to mean headbands that female students wear. And the female students are wearing them to hold their hair back. There isn't really, we asked around, is there really a reason for sweatbands to be in the policy? What was the justification for sweatbands? And I always ask, why do we need sweatbands to not be worn? What is the purpose? And I really couldn't get a good reason. There was some conversation about possibly there was some that tied to gang colors, but we have a separate policy that's related to gang activity, and it speaks specifically to attire that would be, to represent some sort of gang affiliation. So I would ask that the board remove the sweatbands and allow female students, basically, which is what this would do, to wear a headband, a normal headband that keeps hair away from your face.
Those are tieable headbands or?
Either one.
Yeah.
Now, if it's can't be a bandana.
Right.
Can't be a handkerchief, but just the headbands, sweatbands, I think it would limit the confusion that's occurring. The other policy is related to our use of facilities. We had stopped renting out facilities because of COVID. That restriction has been lifted from the state's toolkit. So we're just in this community use facility. It is removing that language about that temporary use being limited. You'll also see some other changes that are in there that the School Board Association had planned to make originally to this policy. And so those just came when we asked them about removing that section about the temporary use. They said that we could just make those changes at the same time since it was coming anyway from the normal changes that occur each year with policies. So I would recommend to the board that they approve these two policies, policy 4316 and policy 5030 as presented.
You have heard the recommendation of the superintendent that we approve the policy revisions for school dress code and the community use of facilities. What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Motion by Mr. Coleman.
Second.
Second by Mr. Long. Any discussion? No discussion, all in favor of the said motion, know by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
All right, the next item is the requirement that we review the face covering policy each month. That was in, I think it's House Bill 654, I believe it was. And so last month, the board continued with the the requirement of wearing face coverings. That was the option A policy. I want to just update you in terms of cases. So in September, we had a total of 147 student cases, 20 staff cases. We had 86 student quarantines and 10 staff quarantines. Now, I had given you numbers September 1st through the 13th. So since that date in September, of those 147, 47 of those students were since that time. And 39 of the quarantines for students were since September 13th, so the second half of the month. So we've seen a much better picture in terms of the number of cases and the number of quarantines. Remember, the quarantining is different if you're wearing a mask. If you're exposed and you're not wearing a mask, if somebody next to you is positive, you go home. So we should see less quarantines because we do have the mandatory mask or mandatory face coverings. I was asked to look at the positivity rates. So in Columbus County, from the Department of Health and Human Services, the last 14 days, there have been 434 cases. The last 7 days is 128 cases. So you see a decline there. The positivity rate for our county is a little over 10%. The state on that same CDC website showed 8 to 9%. So we're still above the positivity rate for the state. We're still at a high, the red high transmission level. So I will tell you, I have not gone back and asked the principals if they want to make a change. What I've heard from most of them is that they appreciate having the masks in place for right now. I think it has reduced the amount of contact tracing that they're having to do, the amount of time that they're having to spend on that. I know there have been conversations at some other school boards about not, I think a couple of boards said they weren't going to contact trace and they weren't going to quarantine, but by law, we actually received something today that says that you don't have a choice. School districts are required, when there's contagious disease, we are required to report to the local health department any positive cases, and we are required to assist in that process of contact tracing, which is what we've been doing with our local health department. We don't solely do that on our own. We don't decide that. We use their guidance. Dr. Piggott and our nurses work with the local health department to make those decisions about who has to quarantine, who has to be isolated, and so on. So at this time, my recommendation is to keep the face coverings as a requirement, because I have not, as I said, gotten any feedback from the principals about making a change to this. I am a little concerned in that I had brought last time about the testing and the response in terms of testing. I asked 2 questions on the survey of staff. One was, would you be willing to be tested, do COVID testing every week? And it was 55% said no, 45% said yes. There was a proposal from the ABC Collaborative, which is out of Duke University, to do a test to stay. So if you are exposed, so if Dr. Williams is positive and I'm close to him and we didn't have masks on and I was exposed and I was willing to be tested every other day to stay at school, would staff be willing to do that? And it was split. 50% said no, 50% said yes. So they weren't willing to even be tested to be able to stay if they weren't wearing masks.
That worked.
Right now my feeling is that it's better for us to keep masks. Obviously it is a board decision, but that would be my recommendation, is to keep option A in place at this point.
Well, and I think And I want to commend our coaches and extracurricular people, because I really think our county, as far as being able to participate in those activities, is much higher than the rest of the state. I mean, our teams are getting to play, where I know a lot of teams every other week are missing games. And I think that's due to why I think we're doing a good job of this. And and it's something that we vote on every month, so it isn't like next month we're going to come back and we're going to look at it again. If it's better, we can do that.
That's right.
Well, I'll be honest. I mean, from a positivity rate, until you get down into 5, 6, 7% range, you need to get NASCAR. We don't need to. We don't need to even consider it as long as we're still above 10%.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's why I wanted to know that number.
Okay.
So,
Mr. Chairman, I would recommend that the board approve the option to continue with option A in as a policy for face coverings.
You've heard the recommendation to the superintendent that we continue option A with continuing the wearing of face coverings in our schools. What's the pleasure of the board?
so moved.
Motion by Mr. Strickland, second by Mr. Long. Any discussion? And I think we need to commend our people for that.
Yes, we do.
We really
Yes.
do, because and I know.
And they're
it's
doing a great
difficult.
job
They
in
are.
wearing
They
the
are.
mask.
They are.
I mean, the kids are doing a great job. The teachers are giving them time, though, to take breaks.
Right.
And so I think it's going well.
Okay, any other discussion?
Something popped up on my phone that I looked at. Parents stormed the New Hanover County Board of Education meeting tonight in opposition to masks. I think it speaks volumes about our parents accepting what we've done so far.
Well, and I told Dr. Meadows, I was at this State Board Association meeting the other day, state directors, and that was a major concern of people storming the meetings in objection to it. And I think it's very evident. Our people are very much satisfied. Our parents are, from what I hear from talking to them, and I think our schools are. So, and I think it says a lot for our county that we don't have to worry about anything like that. So, because it is, I mean, it's been in not just a few. I'm talking about 40s and 50s of these school boards are getting blasted.
Yeah, I saw the article today that the FBI is investigating people that are acting out at the school board meetings.
Yes. Yeah.
I
Okay, any
appreciate
other
our community
discussion?
not doing that.
Absolutely.
No other discussion. All in favor of the said motion, everyone by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
All right, so normally in the superintendent's update, I update COVID, but I just did that. So the only thing I want to share with you tonight, there's two things, and it's about grants. So one is that Donors Choose, we partnered with Donors Choose. We have a special website on their website. And over the last quarter, so since July 1, we have received $13,000 in grants from Donors Choose, 29 different grants that were funded. I will say that Williams Township is the school that is like all about those grants. And so they had half of those. But I think the other schools are starting to see it, and I appreciated it that one of the staff members from Williams Township, Ms. Butler, she sent out an email today that I saw to staff across the district, to the other schools, saying, it's an opportunity, please go out and apply. Here are the things that you can get from that. So hopefully others will jump on, and if they have an idea, to go ahead and ask for funding. Those are smaller grants, but we actually have started, and we're using ESSER funds to do this. We talked about this a little bit when we talked about the ESSER funding projects. But we have on our website, we created a Columbus County Schools Innovation Grant program. And what we're asking is for either an individual teacher or a team of teachers or staff members or a school to submit a grant that's innovative, that's creative, that is about engaging kids. And the application is out there for them to apply before the end of the month. The grants start for an individual teacher, $2,500 up to $25,000 for a school. And the There's a rubric that's been shared with the staff in terms of how they will be evaluated. They will be evaluated by the leadership team as a blind test, though. We will not know where it came from or what school or what staff member. We will review them for innovation, for how basically the engagement of the kids in whatever they're going to do. Part of it is that once they are funded and they implement, we ask that they, if it's something that can be replicated, that they be willing to share with another school or another staff member about what they were able to accomplish with their grant. So we're looking forward to seeing what kind of fabulous ideas come out of our schools. So that's what I have on the update.
Before we move to our next topic, I would like to open the discussion with the board regarding our reading and math comprehension scores. I have had a lot of conversation with teachers that have concerns about the proficiency. I have had a lot of teachers express a lot of concern about the number of students that they have that are reading 2, 3, 4 levels below grade level. And many of those students in that situation are becoming behavioral problems because they are totally lost.
Yeah.
So I would like to let us have a discussion about the use of ESSER funds to fund some instructional coaches so that we can get more into smaller groups. I mean, we had, in one of our school improvement plans, we had a teacher, a principal here talking about large classrooms. Very difficult to get the level of instruction that some of our kids need. So what do you guys think? I mean, I had a teacher last weekend, and I'm going to take this mask off while I'm reading, but sent me an email and actually included a passage from the first story. Let me find it here. I'm sorry, I should have already had this pulled up, so please forgive me. And let's just hope that I can still see it in here. But, I mean, this particular teacher had a large percentage of students that were those multiple grades below reading level, to the tune of actually one student that was reading at a kindergarten level that was in the 5th grade. And honestly, the passage that she quoted was absolutely amazing to me. And what was last Sunday's date? Does anybody know?
Sundays.
Yeah.
The 3rd? Is there 70?
No, not this past Sunday, the Sunday before.
September 26th.
All right, so let me get there.
Yeah, day for my birthday.
I had to put my glasses back on. So this is just the open passage, and the opening passage of this story that was supposed to be read. In our digital age, the selfie is the best way to express oneself, empower oneself, even surround oneself with friends. Everyone everywhere owns and uses a smartphone, and with at least 1 million different social media platforms available, you'd have to live in a cave not to take part in and appreciate this form of communication. Sure, there are critics who say that selfies are taken only by narcissists craving attention, but those critics really do live in caves. And then certainly have no friend, and they certainly have no friends. I'm sorry, this is all in cursive, and I'm struggling with it. First question, highlight an example of repetition in paragraph 1. What is the purpose of this repetition? What effect does the use of this rhetorical device have on you as a reader? Now, if I'm reading at the 2nd grade level and I'm in the 5th or 6th grade, that makes absolutely 0 sense to me. So, how are we with ESSER funding? Can we, and I know not only is funding an issue, I understand that actually having the people is an issue as well, but how are we, could we fund instructional coaches to help our teachers with small group instruction in our K through 5 classes?
So we can use ESSER funds for that.
Right.
And I would suggest not instructional coaches, though. I would suggest like a interventionist or somebody that would work.
And that's
with small
fine. I
groups.
mean,
Yeah.
I'm not.
Yeah, I know. But you want kids to be, you want somebody who's going to work with kids.
Exactly.
And so probably an interventionist or somebody like that would be what you're talking about. And I think I'd have no issue with doing that. And as you stated, finding those people would be the challenge.
I mean, we actually have a substantial amount of money earmarked for tutors, which fall into that classification already in each part of that funding. So it's just been the struggle of finding people.
Talking to the principals and things like that, everything that's going on in our schools right now, from our discipline problems to our testing and children being behind, it's all about COVID. We're never going to catch up unless we get smaller class sizes, because it's not just at 1 or 2 schools. I've had schools on all over.
It's the whole county.
I mean,
actually,
I'm not class sizes in
the whole state.
Certain grades.
Yes, it is the whole state. Because I looked at data today.
Right.
Our test data compared to the BOY beginning of the year assessment that we used in 5th through 8th grade, showing behind 3 or more grade levels.
Right.
And when we looked at the state data, it was very similar to ours. We were probably just a little bit higher, maybe up to 10% higher in some grade levels, but otherwise we were close to the state. And across the state, it was 35 to 40%.
But disengagement is what's causing a lot of your discipline problems and things like that. And the willingness not to learn, it's just disengagement. And I think that, and I've spoke about this before, you know, putting everything on the computer screen and then the teacher doing her stuff on her computer, that's not cutting it. We've really got to break down, but we've really got to break things down. And I think that by having teachers get a little bit more engaged and actually teaching it instead of just putting it on the Chromebooks or whatever. And I'm not saying all teachers are doing it, but I know it's being done just that way. And you know, we've got to get these children engaged in learning and make it fun for them and make it to where they actually want to learn. You know, and it's hard.
The struggle is that there's so much to this. There is not going to be a one solution for any of this.
Understood.
Because it's even just the point of quarantining people, that you have a teacher who's out, we can't have a sub, so people are having to use their planning periods to cover in those classrooms. Teachers at Tabor City Elementary that are having to drive a bus morning and afternoon because we don't have enough bus drivers. I mean, so there are so many aspects to it, and it's about people. It really is,
Right.
and
What it's
trying
all
to
about.
find people. So I asked,
It's a struggle across the entire country, not only in education, but in food service and every other industry that's out there.
and so trying to figure out, and we can have a we have a principals meeting next Tuesday. We can just sit and brainstorm what is it that we think we can do to get people to come in and you know, to help us. I asked Cassie to contact our temp agencies to see who is actually applying to temp agencies, what skills do they have that we could possibly place, even if it's just that they come in and cover to give teachers a time to work with small groups. You know, what can we do to get some people to come and work and help us in these situations?
Are we calling our volunteer lists? Are we having our volunteer people? Because I mean, we approve and you know.
So it's great to have volunteers, but I'll be honest with you, it is work on the teacher to have a volunteer come in, because they've got to figure out what to get the volunteer to do.
Right.
So if it's a volunteer who already knows how to work with a kid and to do that, it's one thing. It depends, and if they're covering, if it's just to cover classes, but it is, I mean, it's a year that is different than even last year.
It really is. I know one thing that we've talked about in the state board association is a lot of the districts are going back with this ESSER money and putting teacher assistants in the smaller grades. And I didn't know what kind of money we had that if we could go with our K1 and put, because I know we don't have them in every grade.
I think you need to go all the way up to K3.
Well, and I know I do too, but I just don't know how much that would cost.
But we just can't find the people to do it.
It's just, we have vacancies right now that we don't have applicants for it. And so that's the struggle.
We have teacher assistants jobs that we're doing?
Yes, and you know, and too now, we can get into financial difficulty in a hurry because this extra money will be gone in what, 2 years?
Yeah, you hire them on a 3-year contract.
Yeah.
But we did it.
Well, and I'm gonna tell you
We got
something
behind
too.
in 2 years, and I know it's gonna take a little longer to get up there, but I'm not saying.
Right.
The largest challenge to a teacher is differentiate in that classroom, because you got multiple levels. That's the biggest. To me, that's the largest, biggest challenge that a teacher faces is differentiation when you've got 20 kids plus, and the levels run from a 4 down to a child reading on the kindergarten level. That at the same time, if you've got so many, it's a struggle. If I'm a 5th grade teacher, if I've got half my class is below grade level and I'm still teaching here, we work with them on trying to go to the level they're at and bring them up. And I'll tell you something else. We are seeing a huge increase in referrals to EC programs because students are 1, 2, 3 grade levels behind, but it may not be because they have a learning disability. It's just simply because they've lost 3 years of instruction.
Well, I mean, and
you've got kids, you got kids in the 3rd grade that have never seen a normal year of school. But the problem is we know how they got there. It's just a matter of what we're going to do from here moving forward.
And you guys can go and check behind me. I was told this number came through Columbus County Schools. But the kids that started 6th grade this year, between Hurricane Matthew, between Hurricane Florence, between everything with COVID, has missed 170 days of instruction in 5 years of their education.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised by that number.
Right.
I mean,
But we can do what these
I mean, I
people
can go
use
back.
these people.
We can go back and have conversation with the principals and see, is there somebody, are there positions that you think will assist you, that you can fill, that will help in this process? I mean, we don't have any issue, I mean, I don't have any issue. I've not had a request from a principal to add positions because they have vacancies that have been posted, just like Georgia said. she's had a vacancy out there. She
Right.
has positions that she could lower her class size. She just can't fill them. And so that's the challenge.
Well, and maybe I'm completely delusional in my thought process, but if we could have, like somebody to just be an interventionist. Or I call it an instructional coach, you call it an interventionist. If that's all they're doing and they don't have that everyday grind, then maybe we could fill some of them. And I know that's not necessarily the case. I know we're struggling to fill teachers' assistants positions. But eventually, sometime, the faucet is going to be cut off in Washington, D.C.
Right.
So we're going to have people that are willing to go back to work.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
And I mean, I struggle with it in my industry.
Right.
I've got 17 pharmacy technician openings right now because based on what I can pay them, they can either go to a fast food restaurant and make more, or they can stay at home and make more.
Right.
So
I think one of the
it's
other
not just education.
Yeah. I think one of the other things is that our elementary teachers are moving back to doing small groups, doing stations, rotation, learning centers, whatever you want to call them, which actually allows them to really do more kind of one-on-one type of work with students. And that's really what has to take place for us to move the students back to where they need to be. You can't just do whole group instruction the whole time.
No.
And that's what we've had to do because of social distancing and all of those things. It's been tougher to do those small groups. But I think they are, I'm seeing more and more of that, which is what will help our K-5 students, especially in terms of their progress.
Yeah. I mean, sadly, I've even thought, anybody that's at the end of the year that's more than 2 grade levels behind in math and reading, do we need to retain them?
Well, and that's a difficult decision
Sure,
because
absolutely.
retention does not show to make to be effective, but in a few cases it can work, but in the majority it does not. But what do we need to do instead? I mean, you can't, if you just continue to pass them along and they continue to be behind, where do you catch up? Yeah.
Well, it also becomes the discipline problems too,
Right.
We're seeing a high increase in discipline problems at our high school levels.
School-wide.
School-wide, but at the middle schools, at the high schools, the elementary schools, kids are getting in fights more. And we talk about the lack of people, and we talk about we have to figure something out with what we have. I mean, we talk.
You can't change people overnight. You have to work with people to improve. We're doing that. I mean, but it is.
Our teachers need some help though.
Yep.
Because we're burning them out.
We gotta have something.
And I have seen in the last 6 months, I have seen more stuff on our personnel list, resigned, career change, resigned, career change. We're burning our people. The situation, I'm not saying we as in
Columbus
County Schools.
Yeah.
Education itself is burning our teachers, and that's why we're not having teachers go into the education field. Students.
But I will work with the principals at our principals meeting and see what their ideas are. What is it that they think will help?
Okay.
And see if we can't come up with something else.
I think you have some K-5 schools out there that are that have identified already, because I've talked to them, what they think can help, and some of them are already seeing things that are helping.
See, I think almost all of our K-5 schools have Title I money that they already could be hiring somebody if there was somebody to hire. And so that's what I just need to verify though.
Well,
But that's what
also, I think some Title I money is not used in those type of situations either.
Okay, I'll check
So-
on that. Okay,
But I didn't mean to derail the conversation, but I felt like it needed to be had.
That's what we're here for.
yeah, that's
That's
what
what we're
it's
all
about,
about.
kids
Yeah.
learning. Absolutely. So the next item is not something that any of us want to talk about, but our board policy does require that the board, when a seat is vacated in any manner, other board members are the ones who appoint someone to take the place of that person. So I reached out to the School Board Association and asked them for any ideas. They sent me what 3 other districts had done. I shared those with Mr. Edwards. He reviewed them and sent back and said that he liked the application process that actually Craven County Schools used. So Benita and I did some editing, and that is what has been shared with you as a potential procedure for filling that vacated seat of Mr. Herring. With a proposed timeline, with a proposed application, obviously you make whatever changes you feel to this process in this application. This was a starting point for the conversation of the board members in terms of trying to give you just a format to begin in terms of if that's the way you want to move forward or not. So
I like the process that's spelled out here.
I do too.
I think that's the best process to follow. Not that I want to be doing it, but it's the process that needs to be followed. And I like the timelines as well.
Okay.
So how can we get this out?
So my thought is that we would actually, we would post it on our website, but also ask the news reporter to put it out there for us as well. We'll put it out on, our Facebook, any ways that we can announce it, that this is the process that would be used. Anybody can, you all, or anyone can hand the application to whoever. And they just need to complete it and have it to make sure that Benita will receive it by 5 p.m. on November 1st. And so that we can follow that timeline of having the called meetings for you all to look at, interview, select the applications and interview those people who you're going to interview on November 9th, and then have an actual vote on November 16th in a called meeting, and either swear in the person on that day or swear them in at the December meeting.
Can we just put out a general ad in the paper, and the interested persons should see Benita and she'd give them all this other information? Is that what?
Yeah, I think we can do that.
Because they could come by the office and Benita just hand them the packet.
And since Cherry Grove, we probably need to put it in Tabor City paper too.
Yep, it is.
Yeah, can y'all think of any other communities? I mean, this is a good idea by Dr. Meadows. She wanted, a lot of folks may not know what District 3 is,
Right.
So I came up with these communities. I mean, if we need to add, that's pretty much what I thought communities were.
But you're saying put it in the Tabor City paper, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, Tabor City Tribune, yeah.
Yeah.
Along with.
Is it possible to do a map? I don't think there's.
So I think we have an okay map for that district.
Okay, right.
So I think we can share that map. We could put it up on, I think we could put it on our website.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would help. I'll be honest with you. When the first time I ran, I thought I was running in one district, and When I got there, I was running in another, so,
Okay. Okay.
yeah.
I guess
Yeah.
somebody had access.
So we can
they
do that. We can add that on the website and have it available if people come and request for one. Yeah.
So when can they start doing that?
We will get it up tomorrow. We'll get the application posted on our website, work with the newspapers to get an ad out, and make it available for anybody to start tomorrow.
Yeah, I guess.
Once you approve it. So, around lunchtime, Benita says. So if.
Well, I think y'all did a very good job with this. I like it.
Absolutely.
Well, it was the School Board Association, they were so helpful in sending us some recommendations that it was easy then from that point.
It looks good.
So I'd recommend to the board, you'll need to approve this process for filling this vacant board member seat.
You've heard the recommendation, Superintendent, that we approve the procedure to fill the vacant board member seat of Mr. Herring. What is the pleasure of the board? Motion by Mr. Long. Second by Mr. Colvin. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor of the said motion, hit on by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Good.
All right, and then you have dates to remember on your agenda, and then Ms. Nowlin, she's got her board report.
Okay, so each of you have the board report included in your agenda in your packet. So what I did, since we do not have an approved budget at this point, again, we use the estimated planning budgets. So it's probably easier to look at your total spent, percent spent on each fund. So we're at 25% in state funding using the planning budgets, 24% on local, federal, we are at 11%, capital outlay is 51%, child nutrition is 24%, and then Fund 8 is grant funding, so that's coming in. You can see the revenue coming in on that one.
That sounds like we're in pretty good shape.
Yep, so far so good.
I mean, if everything
the only thing that is the concern is we're hearing things rumbling that they're not going to hold us harmless for our ADM. So that means that we will revert funds.
Well, I know that's one
instead.
thing is the board associations went back to them with, that they do hold people harmless.
Yeah, we're really hoping that they do. And some of this funding is contingent on approval of the next year. So some of it is dependent on that. So they've given us reduced numbers. So depending on where they come up with those, and with retirement increases, because we still have not seen retirement numbers of what they anticipate. I mean, it's all the way from 24 to 26% or something, I think, in a couple of things that they've sent. So,
wow.
I mean, again, we still have a good cushion of federal. I mean, even with our carryover from last year and with the ESSER funds, it's just a delicate balance of making sure that we still spend all of our other funding. But yes, at this point, it looks like we're in great shape. Any other questions?
So we need a motion for closed session.
I move that Columbus County Board of Education go into closed session for the purpose of discussing information that is privileged, confidential, or not public record under General Statute 143-31811.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Second. Second by Mr. Long. Any discussion? All in favor of going into closed session, I'm not saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Probably need
Yeah.
Everywhere we go, the Lord is always with me.
She coming? Okay.
Yeah, that's not.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I'll make sure I'm here for that. 10, 11, and 12. That's Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, or no?
Yeah.
What's that?
I thought normally was.
No, it's Thursday.
Oh, it's
Wednesday,
Wednesday,
Thursday,
Thursday,
Friday.
Friday.
Thursday, Friday, yeah, 'cause it's on.
It's different this time.
Okay.
It used to be.
Here's Be a gentleman.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I recommend that the board approve the personnel list as presented in closed session.
You've heard the recommendation of the superintendent that we approve the personnel as discussed in closed session. What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Strickland, second by Mr. Coleman. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor of said motion, involve by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
All right, our next meeting is on November 8th at South Columbus High School, and we'll have the South area schools there to make their presentations for school improvement plans at 5:30. And I guess we just need a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn by Mr. Strickland. Second by Mr. Long. Any discussion? All in favor of said motion, involve by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are now adjourned.